I'd like to call to order the meeting of the Board of Education for Lake Forest Community High School District 115 on Tuesday, April 8th, 2014. Can I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Snoblin?
Here.
Mr. Edson? Mr. Mormon?
Here.
Mr. Block? Mr. Schreiber?
Here.
Mr. Powers?
Here.
Mr. Bergner?
Here. The board just came out of executive session, as we always seem to, and no action was taken during that session, as is always the case. For the President's report tonight, I wanted to speak for just a moment or two about one of tonight's reports on the Mission Vision Goal Initiative, which is our recent efforts to articulate our beliefs about education in our community and our ambitions for the future. The Mission Vision Goals is one of several initiatives being advanced or currently undertaken in an attempt to bring positive change to our district and its students. Consistent among all of these efforts is an expressed desire to fundamentally change the way learning occurs, which in turn means fundamentally changing how teachers teach. This will require the enthusiastic and universal buy-in of all stakeholders, with the commitment of each to do the hard work needed to make these efforts successful. Without this, all of the aspirational words in the world will be worth no more than the slides that they're printed on. To make change, to truly progress or transform, requires effort far beyond aspirational words. To help achieve the buy-in and commitment needed for success, a clear articulation of and consensus about the challenges being faced is necessary. What are the relative impacts of these challenges on students' experience in learning? How are the proposed changes or advances expected to solve them? What alternatives to the proposed solutions have been considered? What sustained efforts are needed, and by whom, to make the efforts success? How will we know when and if we are successful? These are all questions that we must get better at asking and answering before we embark on new initiatives. Otherwise, this becomes just another good place for ideas to die. Mission Vision Goals has been a significant investment. It's one that we on the board approved back in December. To get to the output that we'll hear more about later has involved both expense to the district and the commitment of numerous faculty, administrative staff, board members, and the community. All have devoted considerable time and intellectual capital to work through this process. We cannot allow these investments to be squandered or to lead to the disjointed pursuit of educational flavors of the day. We need to step closer to our own picture, to see the points and the brushstrokes in order to see how all of the pieces fit together and to understand the interdependencies of the critical parts. We need to leverage those connections to make our progress real, to make it swift, and to make it cultural and sustainable. At the end of the day, our reasons for being here are to lend our hands in helping to create an environment in which each unique and individual student's experience is optimized. We need to contribute to making sure that each student is sent off from here with a capacity not necessarily to change the world, but to accept and cope with their own world as it is today, and with the confidence to understand the challenges they will face and the ability to change their own tomorrows in positive ways. We can call this courage, strength, or resolve, but what we really hope for is conscience, the inner sense of right and wrong and the desire to live life accordingly. Today, more than 13 years into the new century, we continue to hear about 21st century learning and about skills needed to succeed in the modern world. Creativity, innovation, critical thought, communication, collaboration, flexibility, adaptability, productivity, accountability, leadership, and responsibility. These are all held out as 21st century skills, But these are really enduring life skills that have always been necessary to succeed throughout modern history. My point here isn't to long for the good old days. Yeah, I'll admit that the world today is, in many positive ways, very different from what it was nearly 40 years ago when I was a student and sat down the hall from this room learning how to type. I suspect that in 30 to 40 years, when perhaps some of our own children will be sitting in these chairs, today's Chromebooks and iPads will seem as silly and antiquated to them as the electric typewriter seems to us. Modern advancements represent opportunity for sure. Almost always, though, they're accompanied by risk. Just as all of us have done to reach this point in our adult lives, our kids must develop the skills and ability to recognize those risks for what they are and to cope, adapt, and adjust. Ultimately, to resist the temptations to act impulsively and irreversibly, or to be swept away by the next big thing. This is where our attention and focus needs to be. As we move through tonight's meeting and hear an update on the mission, vision, goals, my hope is that we will all remember that none of this is about us, the grown-ups, or about putting new words to old and established concepts and principles. This is about our kids and their kids, and about recognizing them all individually and collectively as the most important people in our buildings. There should be no contest here, and there should be no second place. Thank you. I'd welcome any comments anybody has, or if none, we can move on to the superintendent's report. Mike? Superintendent's report.
Thank you, Mr. Bergner. And I am going to divide my report into two different parts. The first, I'll pass off to Mr. Rogers for an update on perhaps the busiest month of the year coming up in the high school principal's life. And what Mr. Rogers may or may not say is, having been a high school principal in a past life, and what you do is you hope for rain all the way until graduation, and then sunshine when it finally gets to graduation day. So this is a super busy month.
Thank you, Superintendent Simic. It is a very exciting time right now at Lake Forest High School. I'm here to tell you a few things, but before I get started, I want to send regrets from our Student Council President, Kate Wally. As you know, Kate's involved in so many things, and Kate actually had to go home sick at the end of the day today. And so Kate, being Kate, wanted to come with a heroic gesture to make it to the board meeting today. And I said, Kate, 4 years, Student Council President, umpteen things that you've done for the school, we're going to give you an excused absence on this one. So Kate's at home and sends her regrets. Again, many exciting things happening at this time of the year, and I would encourage parents, teachers, community members to get out for the events as much as possible. The sports season is in full steam right now. In fact, our girls' track and field team was the first team to use the new track, and it's very exciting as we unveil the track. Our students involved with the Chinese exchange program, teachers Kelly McCree, Brian Borzak, and our Mandarin teacher Han Zhao are back from their trip to China. I've invited them to attend the May board meeting to share stories of their trip and a film created by Strawn Dixon. The choral trip to Switzerland was also a very big success. This is, I think, a particular feel-good story and really what Lake Forest is all about. When Spanish teacher Marnie Levinson told her class that students at the Johnson School of Excellence in Chicago had no books and must cross dangerous gang lines to attend a public library, Project Bookshelf was born. The book drive was sponsored by the Freshman Class Council and supported enthusiastically by students throughout the school. Over 1,500 new and gently used books were collected for the Johnson School. In addition to the books, our kids rescued and refreshed a rummaged bookshelf and filled it with books. Kudos to our students. On Monday, congressional candidate Bob Dole visited with Steve Dunn's political science students. Bob Dole is a Republican nominee to represent Illinois' 10th district in the Congress. Mr. Dole met with students at Lake Forest High School to discuss his campaign and the important public policy issues facing the district and the country. He explained ways he believed that the government could help create a more friendly business environment. Students will be meeting with current Congressman Brad Schneider later this month. Yesterday, we had hosted an important program on distracted driving. Juniors and seniors participated and watched a video provided by Northwestern Hospital. We were also very, very proud and grateful that our Secretary of State, Jesse White, was in attendance and also spoke with our students. One of our parents, Dr. Steve Ganchert, also talked about the perils of texting and driving and distracted driving. Our students also had opportunity to use simulators to really experience what it's like and what the true risks are in distracted driving. I'd also like to thank our wellness chairperson, Chris Moorhead, for helping to spearhead the initiative and put it all together. And last but certainly not least, on April 16th, the LFHS Foundation will hold its annual fundraiser luncheon. As you know, the foundation makes so many of the opportunities available for our students, so we encourage all to register online. And again, we're off to a great spring. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers. And I'd like to hand off now to Ms. Lauren Fagel. At your place, board members, you have a pamphlet that is called Shifting the Focus from Teaching to Learning, How Formative Assessment Transforms Our Practice. And Mrs. Fagel would like to tell us more about how February 14th, Valentine's Day, our tri-district staff spent their professional development.
Thank you. The Tri-District Institute Day has been in place for many years. This year I worked closely with Dr. Wilcox in Lake Forest School District 67 and with Mr. Kevin Rubenstein, the Director of Student Services and Curriculum for Lake Bluff District 65. And we wanted to come together and give the staff from all three districts an opportunity to learn together on a topic that we feel is exactly what Mr. Bergner was saying. It's not the latest fad. It is something that is really, we feel, central to the shift of emphasis from teaching to learning that you've heard me speak about. Even going back early into the school year with the traditional assessment report, you heard me talk about how over the next few years you should really see a change in what that assessment report looks like. It's traditionally been just standardized test data, and there's so much more to assessment in a school building, in the life of a school, that we really need to honor that work that's being done and really give teachers and students credit for all of the different ways that they demonstrate mastery. So we came together and planned a day around the topic of formative assessment, and we based it on a book by Dr. Sue Brookhart and Dr. Connie Moss called Advancing Formative Assessment in Every Classroom. It's a pretty straightforward book that outlines the 6 essential elements of formative assessment. It really presents it, again, as a mindset and an approach to teaching and learning, more than just what you often hear described. Formative assessment is assessment for learning. It informs the teacher so that they can change their instruction, versus summative assessment, which is assessment of learning. It's final, it's summative. That is the very beginning of the definition, but Dr. Brookhart's book really takes it to a whole nother level. So we put together a day where we brought in a national expert. We were lucky enough to be able to have the author of the book, Dr. Brookhart, come into town from her home state of Montana. She is a full-time university professor and consultant, but we combined that with teacher leadership, and we brought teachers and administrators together from all 3 districts together to lead sessions for their peers, and that was actually turned out to be the most popular part of the day. But we felt that combination would make for a successful day of professional learning. So in your pamphlet, you can see it was organized a lot like a professional conference where teachers, we had a keynote in the morning with Dr. Brookhart, and then while Dr. Brookhart offered smaller breakout sessions for different grade level strands, participants could choose which session they wanted to go to, led by, again, their colleagues or their instructional leaders. And by far, the feedback on the day was most positive about those breakout sessions led by their colleagues. We did a survey following up from the event. We had 283 responses from the 3 districts. 105 of those were from Lake Forest High School. And just some of the results. As a result of this day, I am interested in learning more about the formative assessment process. combined agree and strongly agree. We had 79% of people feel that as a result of that day, they have more of an interest. The message at the beginning of the day to these almost 500 educators in the room was that this is not a passing fad, this is not a hot topic, this is where we're going to work together as a learning community, Lake Forest, Lake Bluff, 3 districts, same families, same students, to really shift the emphasis away from what it is that we're teaching and more towards thinking about what and how our kids are learning. Another piece of survey data was in response to the statement, as a result of this day, I have a better understanding of how to provide high-quality feedback to the students in my classroom. Again, 79% of participants who responded to the survey agreed or strongly agreed with that statement. So in terms of a takeaway from an in-service day, this is strong feedback. We felt really good about this. Anecdotal data, so comments that they filled out on the survey, again, very positive on the teacher-led sessions. This was 2 of really hundreds of comments that we got, and that was really reassuring for the presenters to get that feedback and see that their time that they put in preparing for leading those sessions was appreciated. And then the feedback on Dr. Brookhart was mixed in terms of how well they felt she related to this very broad audience of K through 12 educators. But overall, we felt that the response to the day was very positive. The survey showed that. When we asked in the survey if people wanted a tri-district day every year, every other year, or every third year, 58% of respondents said that they would like it every year. They had some great suggestions in terms of what else could be a part of the day or what used to be a part of the day, but overall, we were very happy with that. Now what? So what was so powerful about this day was that formative assessment is the way we do business in our work every day as educators. It actually is a lot of how we approach our work as leaders too. So you will continue to hear me talk about the different elements of formative assessment. When we talk about student engagement, students setting their own goals, asking the right questions, directing their own learning, developing criteria for success with their teachers, all of that comes back to this concept of formative assessment. So the work continues, and we're looking forward already to planning next year's Tri-District Day. Thank you.
Before you get too far away, Mrs. Fagel, if you wouldn't mind giving us an example of formative assessment for the uninitiated and why it is so important, why it is more important than summative assessment, for example.
Sure. Let me go back to, if I can. The 6 elements. Okay, so a very simple example would be a teacher administering an assessment midway through a unit and taking the results from that assessment and using it to change his or her instruction immediately. So the assessment is informing the teacher's instruction. These elements, again, take it to the next level. So let's just take number 3, student goal setting. So I think you've heard Mike or myself refer to John Hattie's research. The broadest meta-analysis out there in education to date. He's being called the Bloom, as in Bloom's taxonomy, of our generation. His work showed that when students set their own goals and direct their own learning and measure their own progress towards reaching that goal, student achievement goes through the roof. I mean, statistically, through all of these studies, so he studied the studies that have been done, and the measurable gain in achievement by students setting their own goals is impossible to ignore. So an example of that would be if a student was studying a topic in, let's say, world civilization on ancient civilizations, and the teacher presented the overall theme for the unit and said, these are the areas that we need to hit, these are the non-negotiable pieces of content and the skills that we're going to master. I want you as students to work to set goals for yourself on how you're going to master these skills or learn this content. It's going to be individualized for every student. Some kids will take a completely different path to reach that goal, and they might word the goal differently. But just by coming up with it themselves, documenting it, sharing it with their teacher, and then being accountable for making progress towards that goal, and then celebrating when they reach the goal, that's the most exciting moment. That's an example of shifting the focus from teaching to learning. The learner is driving the experience versus the teacher saying, this is how we're going to learn everything about ancient civilizations. Every lesson is planned, every learning activity is mapped out. They might be awesome learning activities, but the difference between the student setting the goal and then number 4, assessing themselves as they go, huge difference. That's the shift.
It seems to me that what you just described takes into account different learning styles that students might have because, as you say, the teacher may develop a really awesome, plan, and it might work for 80% of the students, and we don't want the other 20% just not to get it because they didn't respond to that way of learning. If they can figure out for themselves, how they want to get there, I think that's probably going to be a lot more successful for a greater number of students.
Absolutely. It honors different learning styles, and teachers can craft each day in a way that at some point in time students will have to try on other learning styles, because there's that well-known idea that everything doesn't always come to us in the way that we necessarily want it. Sometimes we have to adapt as the learner, and so a teacher can create that balance, but it absolutely moves away from the one-size-fits-all.
So Lauren, how do the teachers that participate in this then make this actionable? So there was ahas and there was good feedback, but how do they take it to that next step?
So this concept is kind of permeates throughout the whole building. So it's built into our teacher evaluation system, which is based on Charlotte Danielson, which when you drill down into the domains and components of the Danielson framework, they're all about these 6 items. They might be worded slightly differently, same ideas. Professional development opportunities right now in the building are at an all-time high, at least all-time in my 1 year's time. But from what we're hearing from teachers, the amount of lunch and learns centered around performance-based assessment, self-assessment, formative assessment, that are being offered, KTIs, and professional learning communities where teachers come together for short periods during the day, where they're out of their classroom to learn about topics together. Those are all ongoing. So all teachers are not in the same place. It's about each teacher moving from point A to point B. They're setting their own goals, right? And that is a part of the process at Lake Forest High School. At the beginning of each year, teachers set their own goals. Barry and I are learning everything for the first time, so obviously going into next year's goal setting, we might ask that all goals are set within this framework. And virtually any aspect of your teaching that you want to improve on, you can tie it to this. Did you like the way the cube shifted? That was new for me.
Until you needed to
I
go
know.
backwards, that was
That
really
was
cool.
I know that threw me off a little bit. But up until then, that was real. When I discovered that last night, my teenage daughter was laughing at me.
That's neat.
Yeah.
So
Show it to
what you're talking about, it makes a lot of sense, but it also sounds like something that could lend itself to chaos in the classroom with everybody. You've got 20 kids in the classroom all doing it their own way.
Organized chaos.
Organized chaos. So what are the tools or techniques that teachers need that they might not have currently that can manage that? I suspect there's one answer sitting over at the table over there that
Maybe
might.
I'll pass that one over to Mr. Rogers because I know exactly what he's thinking. I'm telepathic. What tools do they need?
I think, first of all, it's plural. I think that's the first thing to know, that there's more than one trick up your sleeve. That accommodating for different learning styles, you really have to have different approaches to different students. And we know the best teachers, the best coaches. Coaches have known this probably for a long time, how to motivate the best out of your athletes. But the same thing holds true in the classroom. I think a repertoire that engages students where they're at, captures their interest, things where they're actively seeking knowledge and inquiry, as opposed to just vessels receiving information. I think what we've talked about in terms of the power of technology to enhance that, to leverage that, I think is extremely powerful if used in the right way. I think some of the strategies that teachers can use to have high-functioning groups. We know the corporations that are out there and consulting firms are working on this is not just putting people together in a group, but how to get them together to really maximize the group's potential. So there's a number of strategies that are particular. One thing I was excited about today is just seeing our teachers starting to engage in a lunch and learn with our new curriculum director, Mr. Benincasa, in the Wedge, and they were working on all the different tools that are now available through Google Apps for Education. So I think it's very exciting, and I think adult learners, as Ms. Fagel pointed out, respond equally well to this. And if you think about how and why you've really learned something or really gotten to be good at something, I think you weren't a passive vessel learning about something and hearing something and regurgitating that information. There was something that captured your interest. You had opportunities to look at that issue from a number of different vantage points and provide the resources. And I think that's the last probably thing that I looked over actually, is just providing those resources and opportunities for students to really get at their interest and to really move beyond their perceived limitations.
And I would just add in terms of physical tools, certainly the power that's in a digital device, whether it's an iPad mini, any type of device that gives students access to the internet in the classroom on a regular basis, I think opens up, basically removes the ceiling for teachers and students in terms of how to structure this organized chaos. It also requires flexible physical classroom spaces, and that's a shift that we're going to have to make over time as well, is that, you know, individual desks that are very confining for students, not a lot of space to put a lot of things out in front of you, it's difficult to work in groups and collaborate. So more flexible learning spaces, access to the internet on a continual basis, and a lot of opportunities to grow in their own practice.
Thanks.
Lauren, I'm interested in the, you mentioned earlier a meta-analysis, and as a board, we're always looking for data to support the directions that we're going and the decisions that we're asked to make. And we've heard a lot of talk about these meta-analyses in the last several months. So that tells us that the data is out there. We have not necessarily seen it ourselves. Is it possible for you to send us links to specific studies? I think what you just referred to was the shift from teaching to learning. Right. But any specific studies that might help us understand better where the data is coming from on which you and Mike and Barry are basing your recommendations, that would be really helpful.
Sure. I'll personally deliver a copy of John Hattie's book, but or send you links to summaries.
Links to studies online, whatever is available would be really helpful. Thank you.
Absolutely.
Thanks.
That was the best ever Tri-District Professional Development Day presentation we've had like all year. So great. Right. Thank you, Mrs. Fagel.
You're welcome.
Do you have anything else to report under your superintendent's report?
That will complete the superintendent's report, sir.
You didn't say anything.
That's the best way to listen to me.
I agree. It is now then time for public participation. If there is anyone in the audience who would like to address the board, now is your opportunity to do so. Please use the podium and microphone and give your name and address before you begin. Thanks.
I'm Nancy Thorner from Lake Bluff. And first of all, I'd like to thank everybody in the Lake Forest School District who provided the space and the opportunity for the Lake Forest, or rather now it's called the Lake Forest Civic Orchestra, to hold a concert with Lake Forest High School orchestras under the direction of course, Robert Bassell, wonderful director, and Janine Cassell. And I played cello in the orchestra, and it was a wonderful experience playing Shostakovich. And I'm very, very enlightened that Superintendent Simic's daughter Gabriel plays violin. And to me, music is the most wonderful thing in the world. As I was a former music teacher, I played clarinet and cello, plus had to learn to play all the other instruments to teach too. So I know the value of music in high school, in grade school, all over. It just would not be my life without music. Now to go on to a packet that I have prepared for the board members and also the administrative people who are here. There are 3 articles all total. And very briefly, I'm working right now with a person in California who's vice president of Common Core. And we are very concerned about, of course, Common Core and also United Nations, because Common Core is an outgrowth of the Rio Earth Summit, which was held in Rio de Janeiro in 1992. And out of that grew Common Core, the environmental thing, and everything else. And probably what this is doing, Common Core now, and this might be part of your program, it's shaping the direction of this nation in a stealth way, and will continue to do so. What we have found through much research is that Common Core is brainwashing children, so as adults, they accept the socialist pablum that is being fed via the Common Core curriculum. If this happens, there is no future for this nation that bears any resemblance to the ideas set forth by our founding fathers. And when I hand this information out, there's lots of material that shows how the Common Core is involved with Robert Mueller, way back, who was president of the United Nations, who conjured up this idea of a world government in this education system that we now have. And it was sponsored by the Gates Foundation, and it was brought here, of course, to Obama when he became president so he could entice the states to sign on to it. Well, that's another matter. You'll read all about it in this commentary. However, the next article I'm handing out is one that tells about Common Core math standards, or a little bit about the Common Core. And there are parents throughout the United States, and these are over the internet, you can find them, who don't know what to make of this math. It's not like the regular math, how they have to go through all these steps just to do common addition and subtraction, and they're very frustrated. And I know there are cases where teachers are resigning because they can't stand Common Core. They say their students aren't doing well underneath it, under the program, and so I don't know what's going to happen to Common Core. There are things now in the Congress to try to stop Common Core, so this might take fruit too in a little while. But then the last article I have to show with all of you is a recent test that was taken by Lake Forest High School students. And this is a test that I know some of the senior or some of the junior parents said they didn't want their children to take this test. And according to what is said about this test, it says that most are taking part in a practice run of the assessments, essentially a field test that will be used to make final tweaks before the program is fully implemented for the 2014-2015 school year. The test will not count for or against the students, though in some states it will affect teacher evaluations. And according to the person who evaluated this test, it's pretty bad. And the questions that are asked don't even apply to what the students should be learning. And so these are the thoughts I would like to leave the board with as you pursue your now program to get this new sort of education in a system which people are saying it can't be lost work, and it's going to be a lost generation. And what will happen after this when the schools fail and we have students that will be progressive liberals when they grow up, changing the whole culture? Because I must say, I read something very recently. The head of the what would you say, the Common Core, who also is the head of the college program that is making the Common Core tests. He is also making a program for history for the advanced placement classes. It's going to be in all the schools, I think,
Excuse
next
me,
fall.
Mrs. Thorner,
And then
can-
this,
Mrs.
okay,
Thorner,
and this
can you please
Washington is
wrap?
even mentioned. Okay, I'm
Thank you.
finished, but I just feel so passionate about Common Core that it just has to be brought up to the public.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mrs. Thorner. Sir?
My name is Carl Lambrecht. I'm from Highland Park. And last year, I was at a meeting, and sitting next to me was a teacher from College of Lake County. He had 2 students in his class from Lake Forest, a brother and sister. These were graduate students with graduate diploma. And he indicated to me they had a capability of reading at the 6th grade level. That's not even in the high school level. This is a U.S. government has a definition of a small business as employs less than 500 people. I think the 3 districts that were just mentioned are probably in that category, a small business, not considered very big and not needing a very big administrative staff. Now, in Highland Park, we have 2 school districts. One the high school, and the other the grade schools. At the last meeting, they indicated the capability of the students, and they found that around 200 students that were coming into the high school from the grade schools in Highland Park had a reading capability of somewhere between 4th and 6th grade. That doesn't impress me at all of what we call a first-class school. This is a report card indicating a capability. And I'm just wondering how many students are graduating from our fine schools here with not what you'd call a high school level experience. And this is why many universities have remedial classes to take care of students who don't meet the grade. And this is rather shocking. And basically, there was a lecture on an all-day seminar for teachers and how surprised they were and what they learned from that meeting. What is important in grade school and high school is to motivate the students, because they're forced to go to school by law. And if you're forced to go to school, sometimes you don't want to go there. If you go to university, you want to go there. Otherwise, you don't show up. And I think that's very important. And you have to realize, one of my friends, a teacher, I was at a meeting, and he said, all the administration is over there. When he gets in his classroom, he closes the door, and he teaches. He don't pay any attention to the administration, and he just does what he's supposed to do. All teachers are professional people. They don't need a lot of administration. They simply don't. I remember there was a DVD in the Highland Park Library. There were a group of teachers. They wanted to see if they could get along without a principal in their school. I don't know the success of it, but that was their goal. Now, when you have many more layers of administration, there's a lot of paper shuffling, a lot of busy work. But the key is the quality of the students. And if somebody graduates from high school here in Lake Forest and has 6th grade education, reading capability, this doesn't speak very well. And why are people being graduated that don't have the capability? The diploma should mean something.
Excuse me, Mr. Lambert, but can you wrap up, please?
It's not a qualification.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. Is there any other public comment? No? Then we now move into reports and discussions, and I'm told by the man himself that Mr. Simic is about to give the most awesome report on mission, vision, goals that has ever been given in the month of April of 2014.
It's in the month of April 2014, is that correct?
On the 8th of April.
At 7:42 p.m. All right, thank you. I'd like to echo the comments that heard earlier about the recent band and orchestra concert. Shostakovich's Fifth was put on, and it was an extraordinary piece of music. It was a joint undertaking, and this is a little bit of the superintendent's report woven in here too, because I didn't say anything last time. And so our teachers, special word of praise for them. They really didn't know if they could pull this off, this Shostakovich piece, because it is unbelievably hard. And it also requires the band and the orchestra to play together. And so they have heard Mr. Rogers talking about taking risks and the importance of doing that and calculating those risks and seeing if they can do something really ambitious and talking to the kids in the orchestra. One of the things that was really, really inspiring from it was that when they started out, they really didn't think that they could pull this off. And they had a student narrate different parts of the symphony, which gave it a very different texture and a context, because it was a very daring piece of music at the time that it was written, tremendously dangerous for the composer. And then they pulled this off, and perhaps the coolest thing was that the adults in our community were there with the students on stage, playing right alongside them, and it was truly one of these community leveraging ideas that we talk about, and was perhaps the best example of that of the year thus far. So thank you, Mrs. Thorner, for mentioning that. It really was a fantastic experience. So the mission and vision goals and values. This is, well, it might not be the best if it keeps this up. This is as Mr. Bergener mentioned, a very important project, a great deal of work. And so I'm going to do a little bit of background on it, and then cut to show you where the rubber meets the road on it as well. And this will serve as, it is as much as anything else, a first reading, a first viewing. Some of our board members unfortunately couldn't join us for our recent retreat. So this will be the latest and perhaps the final iteration, depending on how the board feels about it. This is one of the most important roles that a board has, is to review and update its mission and its vision, its values, and set a strategic direction for the organization. So the goal is to articulate enduring beliefs for the high school, to unify teachers, students, parents, and community administration in a shared view of what matters and what matters most. The approach was very, very wide-ranging, soliciting a wide range of views and creating drafts and refining the core beliefs. And the board ultimately will ratify the vision, perhaps at next month's board meeting. And I'll talk about why I'm eager to see that happen in a little bit. And then the administration will develop a strategic plan which articulates those goals and milestones affiliated with the vision. And then the administration provides ongoing visibility on how we're doing against that plan. I'll talk about that more in a little bit. This was a team that met 2 different times at off-sites, one time a full-day session on a Saturday, and another time after school at the same location. So a diverse group of people, and I think we could all say that we learned a lot about each other and learned about what we all care about and what we have in common, what we share. Importantly, we are right here. We're at the end of quite a long process, and so I'll use this pointer here. Started with a number of interviews. Shani Harmon did that, community questions and surveys. 653 responses is a really, really great response rate for us, better than we had actually hoped for. That fed into the day-long Saturday retreat, and then we had a whole host of community forums and additional questions, and a lot of feedback which led to a revision. One of the important things from the work was that the board chose to create a draft rather than a final version that we would then go out and sell. And that creation of a draft was a very prudent idea, I believe, because it did get a lot of feedback. We heard a great deal, and some of the strands of that feedback were be more ambitious. This isn't where you need to go. We need to have, you're missing some things. And then that really helped us improve the final product. This is the list of 115 meetings. When you add the 67 meetings into that, it turns into quite a busy February and March. Virtually every day and every evening had something in it. We also had, in the midst of this, a community-wide book talk on the smartest kids in the world. Those were also additional meetings that provided another perspective on what is important and why. And those were interwoven into these various meetings. The student meetings were perhaps the shortest and the most impactful out of all of them. Kids had a remarkable ability to cut right to the chase, and one of the things from student feedback was, look, the teachers are the most important part of the equation. We need the best teachers all the time, and whatever you do, don't try to get rid of our great teachers. It was really, really helpful feedback from them. Some of the survey responses that we got is a short overview. Number one on the list was we want kids to be happy and well-rounded students, and that's a sentiment shared by our community members as much as it is by our families. I thought that was very much good news. And down at the bottom for both 67 and 115, the high ACT scores, this belief that kids are more than just an individual number, that we boil things down to. One of the themes that emerged very loudly and very clearly in the various conversations was that balance, as seen in the book or the movie Race to Nowhere, really resonated with people. And we've had, unfortunately, a number of events in our not too distant school history that continue to reinforce that fact that balance and is a critical factor for all of us to consider. So, describe the ideal day-to-day school experience for District 115. Some of the top feedback up there as well. You can see things that people thought were priorities. A lot of focus on the schedule, engagement, balance, and providing a healthy environment in a challenging place to learn. The core values, what should they revolve around? Respect, academic excellence, balance, again. Integrity is one of the things that emerged that was absent from the original draft. That one of our teachers pointed out that, hey, this idea of ethics or respect or integrity, that was something that really needed to have more attention paid to it. And so some of the feedback that we got from our parents and staff said the same thing. Most important things: quality educators, technology, balance, and a healthy environment, again, makes it right to the top of the list. And if we're going to be known for one thing, so I think a particularly interesting slide, we should be known for academic excellence and personalization. And that personalization was a theme. Yet another theme that emerged is, and Mrs. Fagel was talking about that, the importance of formative assessment. If you take a test that is a formative assessment on the first day of class or at the beginning of a new chapter, if you will, and you know 80% of the material, what should you do? What should the teacher do? And so that personalization goes to, all right, so for these students that know 80% of it, I need to create a different type of plan for them for the next week or two or three. And that personalization also relates to students being self-motivated. The research that Mrs. Fagel was talking about by John Hattie says the number one factor most motivating for kids and accelerating their learning of all the various things that we can do is student-assigned grades. and it sounds like crazy talk when you hear that. But if you think about it, in order for a student to assign themselves a grade, they have to know what the expectations are, and then they have to apply those to their work. And that personalization is something that technology also makes possible. Another reference to Benjamin Bloom, which is mastery learning, is certainly possible for our kids to learn 24/7. They have all the information at their fingertips, and that's an additional resource for our faculty to utilize. So the role of the mission and vision values, one of the things that came out in various community conversations is nobody can keep straight what all these things are. And you can continue to repeat it over and over again, and it's a good thing. So the mission says why we exist. And our values are things that we are not willing to compromise on. Our vision is who we want to be. What do we want to be in 10 years? Milestones are definitive outcomes, like things along the way that we know we have achieved. We are headed towards our vision when we do these certain things. So the draft mission, there was some conversation about this, and so there was a reduced version of it, and this is the existing mission of the district, and this was left, there's only one person that said, you know what, I really want to change that. And so this is when you walk in the district door, to inspire the passion to learn, the insight to know oneself, and the courage to make a difference. We had some conversation around that, but by and large, people thought this was pretty good. Values. We believe that every child has an incredible capacity to learn, and it is our responsibility to create an environment that maximizes the possibility for each child's growth, including the willingness to take risks and learn from mistakes. Those two words right near the end, the taking of risks, risk and mistake, those are things that schools do not excel in. Schools, particularly high schools, routinely set up the ability to take risks and make mistakes and then punish them and exact significant consequences for doing that. What is coming out of industry more and more is the clarity that it's best really to fail early and often, and that's where you begin to learn the most. And so that idea, embracing that idea that we need to create an environment where kids take risks, be entrepreneurial, and learn from their mistakes is an important one. And we believe our school is only as good as our teachers, and therefore we must develop, invest in, and retain passionate and committed teachers and staff. That was perhaps the single most commonly said phrase in all of our conversations, our day-long off-site. Over and over again, it comes out that our teachers are really, really critical. We believe that students thrive when they're actively engaged in solving problems that matter to them, and we support them socially, emotionally, physically, and intellectually. And we believe that respect is the keystone for all of our work. We demonstrate this as members of a learning community and operate with high integrity at all times. So it's a set of 4 key values that we have come up with. And our vision is that we will be a leader in developing every student's capacity, character, and confidence to make a difference in their world. To model some of the language that Mr. Bergener used earlier, it is a fact that our students will leave our classrooms and leave our school building, and they'll head off to a variety of different places. And it is their willingness and their ability to make a difference wherever they happen to be, whatever their world happens to be that changing the entire world or changing their neighborhood, whatever that might be, it is that localized, that local action is what makes a difference. And there are 3 C's that came out in our second offsite, and this is a significant departure from the earlier version that we had. That capacity and character and confidence, those were umbrella terms that really resonated with everybody in the room. And I'd like to say thank you to Mr. Edson, who could not be here tonight. He had he had a great deal of wisdom and experience in how to do mission and vision work, and believes in it, and consistently found things that made everybody nod their heads over and over again. And so the tagline of the district would be building capacity, character, and confidence. So those 3 C's are 3 words to remember. And we have milestones. These milestones are really important because that's how we know that we are headed towards achieving our vision. To be recognized for achieving significant intellectual, social, and emotional growth for every student, and that implies a whole set of work that we do in the form of a strategic plan. I'll mention that again soon. That instruction is real-world, inquiry-based, interdisciplinary, and highly collaborative. And this is a big departure for those of us who went to school in the 60s and 70s. It speaks for most of us. Our instruction was not real-world. It was not focused on inquiry. It certainly wasn't interdisciplinary. It was siloed. And we typically worked alone in desks. And so this is a very different kind of school than we went to school in. One of the most interesting videos of this year was from one of our residents, John Bergman. He's a dad. He's also one of the pioneers of the flipped classroom you may have heard about. And he did a time compression of what a flipped classroom looks like. So he hits play, and you couldn't tell who was the teacher in the classroom. There wasn't a front of the classroom. The kids moved all over the place all hour long, so he took a 55-minute class period and he condensed it down to about 30 seconds. And it was activity all over the place. Very decentralized, very student-centered and not teacher-centered. And that's what real-world, interdisciplinary, and collaborative work looks like. Assessments. We have innovative assessment that promote risk-taking, encourage growth, and highlight EQ. EQ is another one of those themes. Mr. Powers mentioned it early on in our discussions, is that EQ in the workplace is far more important than IQ, and frankly always has been. And so the assessments that we create, we can narrow down that list of things that we want to pay attention to, those EQ items, and then we can create metrics around those. And as we all know, if we measure it, we will get more of whatever it is that we measure. We can drive that number. Our professional faculty receives continuous development, which is timely and relevant. And we partner, we have effective communication that promotes high-trust partnerships. And this is something that I think we all know that we have to work on, particularly with our faculty and our community, that level of communication really does increase trust, and it increases also our ability to problem solve smartly. And technology, that we have created dynamic and inspiring environment where technology, the facilities, and the community beyond the high school enhance our learning experience. It's one of the things that Mr. Rogers and Ms. Fagel talk about all the time, is that school doesn't have to be at school, that we have open lands, that we have the lake, that we have the college, the village, the city, that we can utilize all these things. I had a parent in my office just yesterday saying, look, here are all the things that our kids can do. All of our chemistry kids, they can be doing things at AbbVie and Abbott, and we need to leverage all those community assets. So where do we go from here? We take these things and we post them on the district's website. The board has to make final improvements to it and changes to it, but once it's approved, we post it on the district's web, let me back up. In this case, we take any additional comments that we might have. The board always has the latitude to make additional changes to it. And after the board approves it, we create near-term milestones for each of those. What that says is strategic plan. And a strategic plan says this is how we stair-step to those big milestones. And that is where the rubber really winds up meeting the road. What are the strategies and tactics to get at those big, ambitious goals? And that drives all of the work for the next 3 to 5 years. That's the stuff that I cannot wait to get going. We want to get to that as soon as we possibly can, because it affects everything that we do. And the administration, in partnership with the faculty and staff, create that plan, achieve the milestones, and then year after year we execute against those plans. And that is the end of the best presentation of the day for on mission, vision, and goals finishing at 8:02. Are there any questions that anybody might have or discussion?
Mike, because I did miss that last session, if you go back to the milestone slide, and I was glad to hear you mention at the end, what is it to create the urgency, one-year milestones, specific activities and tactics to get there.
Right.
And maybe that'll be part of that product. But the hurdles, it's a work in progress, but understanding what the hurdles are to getting to things like Lake Forest High School as a nationally recognized significant intellectual, et cetera. What's in between here and there? And getting that to be more crisp. Because some people might look at that and say, well, Lake Forest High School is nationally recognized, depending on what you look at. And so, what we mean by that would be
I'll give you a very concrete example of that, Mr. Schreiber. The District 67 was recently recognized as one of the schools that, I can't remember the name of the award, but it was a character award. One of the things that 67 has spent a lot of time doing is they focused on a couple really critical school social emotional targets. One, that they wanted to have fewer incidents of severe bullying in their school, and they also wanted to drive up students' sense of well-being at school. And so they created programs around those things, abilities for kids to report and report others, and tell an adult sort of programs. And then they've tracked that year after year, and so they have 4 years worth of data where you can see those severe bullying incidents drop year after year after year. And then the student's sense of well-being rise year after year after year. One of the things that Gallup poll, they've been monitoring this for about 40 years, and they've created really sound metrics around this. And that is, there are two things that they say really indicate whether a student is going to be successful at school. One of them is whether they have a strong connection to at least one adult in their building. And the other one is whether that child has a best friend at school. These are all the kinds of metrics that you can monitor year after year, and then you do wind up receiving national recognition for them, as 67 has.
I had just a few things to say. I mean, first of all, as we began this project, it was a considerable investment. As I sat up here and had to vote for us making a choice to spend that money. And I can say publicly that I've made lots of decisions with my own money that ended up being wasted, but I've not ever made investments with taxpayer money that has been wasted. And as we went through this process, I was pleasantly surprised. I surprised myself probably more than anything about the process that we went through. Now, with that being said, we still have a lot of work to do. And I think that's really the point that I want to make for those of you in this room that continue this conversation forward when you leave and get back into the community, and those that are at home that are seeing this can have that same level of discussion. We've kind of laid out a path, and one of the reasons this is a first reading is because we aren't necessarily the experts. I mean, we're husbands, wives, moms, dads, volunteers in the community that are relying on some really smart people to help guide us in this process, and that's been very encouraging for me. But what we've laid out really for the community is kind of where we want to go. What we haven't necessarily done, and Dave, you were kind of drilling in on this, which is incredibly important, is how we're going to get there. Some of these milestones and tactics are very near term, but we're setting a vision that with over 650 respondents in the community are kind of telling us we can do more, we can be better, and we do need to leave that legacy for those that follow us in a much different way. And that's a very encouraging statement, I think, from our community, but it's going to take a tremendous amount of work from those sitting up here, from you guys out there, from those at home, from our administration, from our teachers, It really is going to force us and really create that creative tension to do things different than we ever have before. You know, sometimes we're very good at that, other times we're not. And one of the things that I mentioned as we started through this process is, do we have the courage to do this? Because it's very courageous when we can surround ourselves with what Libertyville did and Stevenson and New Trier and everybody else. Well, this is kind of our own thing. This is what our community is telling us that we need and want to do. And I think Todd laid it out very eloquently early on at the start of the meeting that, look, this isn't anything other than us all working together to try to leave a fabulous product in even better shape than when we all inherited it. So any input that you have, people that you talk to, it's incredibly important that we funnel that back. We will shape the statements. We'll take all information, as I think we've really demonstrated the willingness to do. And it's not, again, this isn't us. This is a community project. And you know, I'll continue to make sure that this level of investment that we made continues to be one that generates an appropriate return year in and year out to make sure that we're doing the best we can as board members and community members together. So thanks.
I'm sorry.
Did you want to respond to him?
Yeah, I wanted to follow up, if I could. Thank you, Mrs. Snowland, on Mr. Powers' comment. Is one of the most telling comments right at the beginning from Mr. Powers was, how ambitious do we want to be? And how bold do we want to be in this? And Mr. Bergener sent a related video this past week about President Kennedy speaking at Rice University, talking about why we should go to the moon. And one of the things that he mentioned in there, and in the course of that, and I'd never seen the entirety of that 20-minute speech, and one of the things that he mentioned was, we are going to invent things that we haven't even conceived of yet. And those things that we invent will wind up having purposes that we haven't even considered yet. And I'm also in the midst of reading a book, Guns, Germs, and Steel. And one of the things that echoes President Kennedy's comment in the book is that there's a pattern in innovation, and that is that a great many things that people create do not have an intended purpose at the beginning. And he uses the example of gasoline, which was a waste product until the internal combustion engine was designed. And then that waste product turned out to be the fuel of the 20th century. And so as we go through these things, one of the things that Mr. Powers mentioned in his statement is that there are choices to be made and there are difficult decisions to be made, and it's not a step-by-step, smooth, easy, safe path to get to the greatness that we want to have. And I think that's one of the most important things as we go into this, is if we do want to encourage our children to take risks and to learn from mistakes, we as an organization need to model that for them.
Most things that are worth doing are hard. The easy stuff's already been done. All that's left for us is the hard stuff. And in our board discussion several months ago, when Mr. Powers used the expression that he just repeated for us, how brave do we want to be? That was the first time I felt like we could really make a big difference here. We could do something really important for our community. As a board member, that was a pretty exciting prospect. I just want to give my perspective. I've lived in this community for a long time. My kids are long out of the school, which makes me exceedingly old. And I have a pretty high index of suspicion for the next big thing, because I've seen a lot of new things come and go, and some of them have damaged my children, frankly. This is the first endeavor of its sort that I didn't feel that way about, and it's partly because it was based on very well-founded procedures. One of the first things Shani had us do was read something from the Harvard Business Review about about this method, this approach. There was so much common sense to it. And then also the degree of community input, I guess the balance of community input and professional guidance that we received. Several years ago, some of us took part in a strategic planning initiative that was doomed from the start, frankly. We had a nice, expensive consultant who did little or nothing but, hand out glossy, pamphlets and stuff. And then we, as a community, invested a lot of time and a fair amount of money in developing a plan that simply couldn't possibly work. I was part of that process and part of the reason it didn't work because it was ill-conceived from the start. This felt entirely different right from the beginning. It made sense. It was done in a professional manner. And I have every confidence that this board, and I won't be on the board for most of the time, but this board is going to be able to work with our administration to develop those milestones so that we can really achieve this. I feel that, at the risk of repeating myself, this is the first time I have felt like we really had something sustainable going on here that's going to take us forward. So I'm very pleased with the outcome.
Great. That's high praise, Mrs. Snoblin.
Are there any other comments or questions, Mr. Mormon, community members, administration? Yeah. I think the end product is really the beginning product, right? So it's the starting point, and I'm pleased at where we've come, particularly when I consider some of where we were after our first session and some of what was going on within the building and the district and some other initiatives that were being pursued. I'm glad to see plain language in the vision, and I know you and I have made some jokes about my thoughts about what being a lighthouse means and what others might think, but in all seriousness, I think it's important that we use language that's real and that's sustainable and that will have the same meaning 5 years from now that it does today, and not need to replace it with whatever the latest new jargon is. I do think that we need to be cautious and vigilant as we move into the strategy and tactics phase, because while there isn't the next big thing feeling about this, I think there's every potential for those things to be hidden in the strategies and the tactics, and we've got to be mindful of that. And back to some of what I started with in my opening comments, understanding the whys and hows, the whats, all of those things before we embark, and starting at what is the problem that we're really solving before we move on to improving it. And lastly, I'd say that this is a big investment in a lot of different ways, both in money and time and human capital. So when we sit here a year from now, we should be able to point to the progress we've made toward it, rather than remember when we did that. This needs to be a living, ongoing thing, and we can't let this be wasted. So thanks. Okay, now we move on to our board committees. The Board Education Committee, Mrs. Snoblin.
We haven't met since our last meeting. I anticipate our next meeting will be in May. Hasn't been scheduled yet, but we will get that on the calendar soon.
And the Board Finance and Operations Committee, Mr. Block is obviously absent, so Mr. Powers.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Bergner. On behalf of Mr. Block, the Finance and Operation Committee did meet last Friday morning, April 4th. We covered quite a few topics, and as you might imagine, it always revolves around budget, trying to anticipate expenditures, trying to look through the crystal ball to make it as sharp and as fine-tuned as possible. And I'll talk a little bit more about that in a minute, but one of the things that was offered to the district really for CEDAL, which is the Special Education District of Lake County, Discovery has awarded our district, and West Campus here will be the home for that, for some great playground equipment for some younger kids. And through a company called Kaboom, they have a community event scheduled in September where they will they'll design with the community what that equipment looks like. They'll place it in the appropriate spots with approval from all of us, most specifically Mr. Albus and the team. And it'll be one of those great things that, you know, sometimes everyone says there's no such thing as a free lunch. Well, this is kind of a free lunch, which on occasion is great to get. And particularly when it's going to help the kids that attend many of the services that are here. It will be available to the public on the weekends and non-school days, so there won't be any restrictions from the community taking advantage of it. So it was a wonderful gift, and it was certainly a great exercise to go through and see the commitment and excitement from the team. We then shift our focus on more budgetary, mundane items that always are very spirited in terms of philosophies. And in a fully transparent way, we had a very healthy conversation about fees. It is as a relatively new board member, and having been in similar positions in the past, it's always a difficult decision to make as to where those dollars ebb and flow, because a zero-sum game is ultimately what you try to achieve, but with inflationary costs and a lot of things, that's very difficult to occur consistently. One of the key areas that we've talked about is we think about, I made a comment a moment ago about investing taxpayer money. And when we think of fees, one of the areas where we aren't investing any taxpayer monies is in books. So the unique aspect of what has been created over time from those that are much brighter than me that have come before me is to kind of develop a structure that really helped us on our path to black, as well as a few other things. But the unique aspect of us not investing taxpayer money in books, but choosing to invest it in other very popular and very healthy areas like extracurriculars and athletics, to be specific, was an area that we thought was kind of a miss, and that we as a board, and more specifically, we as a finance committee, needed to have a much broader conversation before we bring it to the board in terms of what that looks like. And I'll just give you one specific example and wrap up. When you think of football, for example, which is all near and dear to our hearts, that's subsidized to the degree of about 75%. But books is subsidized to a degree of nothing. So we're looking at some balance. We are not insinuating for a minute that we're going to transfer and shift all the cost on extracurricular activities. But we want to have a more transparent, open conversation about that. So we spent a lot of time talking about it. The board members, Ted and Dave, who sit on the finance committee with me and Dick, have talked about providing some examples of just some options that we may want to consider. Those will come before this board at a later date. But if there's any information that you want to know about, or again, as you're having conversations with people in the community and we need to address that, please let us know, and we'll be happy to do that. Thank you.
Any questions or comments? Or added?
Just to comment real quick, yeah, we did have a pretty healthy discussion, and Todd's been involved with it for the last few years, and we did think it's kind of out of balance that we don't help subsidize books or don't support books, but we support, football to a much greater extent, and hopefully, we want to, while it is a zero-sum game, we do want to bring it into a better balance that at least, our core mission is education, and books should come at least equal with extracurriculars. So going forward, I think we are going to, try and seek a better balance. And, because books are, depending on the classes you take, are a huge investment. And public education is not free, unfortunately. The community pays quite a bit, and parents pay quite a bit, maybe even the students. But from what I can tell, the students get the money when the books are sold back. Parents put up, the kids take out. But anyway, I'll leave it at that.
I'm not a member of the Finance and Operations Committee, but I'm very glad to hear that you are stepping back to really take a critical look at this. I would actually put education, even higher than athletics, not just equal, as a priority for us. And we've talked about this a little bit for years and never actually taken the initiative to make any real changes. So I think it's sort of in keeping with all of the other soul searching that we've been doing. Just take that step back and say, wait a minute, what are we doing and why are we doing it? And is there a better and more equitable way to do it? So go, guys.
This issue of book costs as they relate to overall fees is something that's kind of been my soapbox for the last 5 or 6 years, really, and I would not want to leave anybody with the impression that there's just been a failure of initiative to be taken on this. When I raised concerns about books and how they fit into the whole fee structure, it was at a time when the economy was diving and we were hanging on for dear life just to survive without doing real damage to the core operations of the district. We're obviously not there anymore, and it remains kind of a pet issue of mine for reasons that I really can't explain. But the way I left the meeting last week was with an understanding that efforts will be made to find ways to normalize, at the very least normalize the cost of books across students, to eliminate the wide variability that exists when you look at these other fees, whether it's how much it costs to take the bus or how much it costs to participate. Athletics, again, is a great comparison. A student pays the same amount to participate in a sport regardless of what that sport is and regardless of the costs associated with that sport. Student taking an AP class may have to pay multiples for the books they need for that class compared to students taking college prep courses, for example. It's also always bothered me that the district doesn't really have any skin in the game when it comes to books, and so the timing and the choice of books and when to replace them and those types of things, I'm sure there's diligence around it, but it's a lot more easily believed when there's actually financial skin in the game on the district's part about how rigorous that is. Another one of the goals, as I understand it, is to establish some consistency among the various fees and how much those fees serve to offset the costs associated with their specific areas, whether it's transportation, athletics, books, and the like. I don't know that we'll end up at a place where we say fees equal 25% of all of these things, but we need to at least have a rationale that we can articulate about how we get to where we are. And then the last thing, and I think this is ultimately important to all of us, parents and taxpayers alike, is to find a way to reduce the overall per capita fee, the average fee that affects each student. And when you think about how much money is spent that flows into the school through tax revenues, I think we're somewhere north of $22,000 per kid. You layer on another $1,300 plus in fees for books and stuff on average. Both of those are among the highest that you'll find in any district in the state, I think. So I was really happy that this this conversation took place on Friday. Particularly happy with the way it took place, and I'm very hopeful that when we're asked to approve the fee schedule for the coming year, that it will reflect the ambitions that we talked about last week, and we'll look forward to that. Thanks. I don't believe there are any liaison reports, or there may be one. Mr. Schreiber.
I will make this very short, but if I don't remind you every once in a while, everyone will forget what EdRed is all about. And for those that don't know, EdRed stands for Education, Research, and Development, and it's the voice of suburban schools. It's an advocacy organization that monitors and actively influences education policy at the Illinois State House, particularly issues that are priorities for member school districts. And there was a meeting this past Friday, and Alan, if you want to make any comments, you're welcome to. There are a few things that are going on, and so what's nice about being able to participate in EdRed is we get some insight into the way certain legislation is progressing through the legislator, and things that are maybe not in our best interests, sort of the thoughts that EdRed is bringing to those legislators to best represent our interests. Some of the things that are, some of the legislation that's pending is several pieces of legislation for charter schools. At one point, if a local school district decided that a charter school was not right for them, they could appeal to a state charter school organization board to seek a better answer. And so there's some legislation along the lines of really limiting charter schools when a local school district really doesn't support it. There's also some legislation for anti-bullying, student bill of rights, and so a number of things that are certainly important to us. But they're not finalized. They're still working their way through. And the other probably meatier part of the meeting on Friday, as I understand it, was related to the fiscal pressures that the state is facing. The phase down in income tax will result in $1.5 billion drop in revenue, and so there's some certainly implications to us, to the Illinois State Board of Education, who's looking for $1 billion of funding, and so a drop in $1.5 billion, you can see what the potential impacts for that are. And as you may know, there are several different bills: the Madigan millionaire tax, the graduated income tax. Pat Quinn has got some legislation, all of which is being considered, and things that I think we're just monitoring. Nothing for us to do, but it's good to be aware of some of those things so that we can do the proper planning. And I don't know, Alan, I don't want to put you on the spot, if you got anything.
Well, this time of year, there are dozens of bills proposed, and one of the things we try to do is figure out what's going to get legs and what's not. One of the things that I think that could get legs that we ought to be concerned about has to do with general state aid. When the economy tanked, the state board started prorating general state aid at 89%. And I think they had perceived that to be a 1 or 2 year issue. But in doing that, there are 3 ways you get state aid. There's a foundation level, alternate method, and flat grant. We are what's called a flat grant because we're property rich. We get very little, but we get a set amount of dollars. That proration at 89% was just across the board, so it ends up being very regressive, meaning that districts that get a lot of state aid, prorated at 89%, lose a lot more dollars per student. And now that that has gone on for several years and is projected to probably go on for several more, there's a real push going on saying this isn't right. And the proration was done by the state board. And what we heard at the meeting was there may be legislative action to change that. Now, what has been proposed is a per dollar student reduction, and it amounts to about $211. And that's, I don't know the exact dollar amount, but that's pretty darn close to what we get on a per student basis on state aid. So the fact that it is so regressive, I think it could get legs that something will get done. Hopefully, it won't go to the extreme of the legislation that's been proposed, but that's one that we'll really pay attention to.
Thanks, Al.
Thank you.
Next, I do have one, just do a jump in, a liaison report as far as the NSSCD, which is the North Shore Special Ed District. Since our last meeting of the NSSCD, I brought back to the board questions about what we feel would be appropriate levels of reserves for the NSSCD to have, because as one of 18-member districts, we basically finance their budget. And the next NSSCD meeting is tomorrow, and the direction we have is to go back and reduce or direct that we feel the reserve level should be reduced, mainly because if they ever have a shortfall, they come to the member districts, and as part of the our contract with them, we have to provide those resources. So it doesn't make sense to have levels up to 20-23%, which is where they are right now, when most districts, such as our own, maintain a level of 10-15%. NSSCD is doing quite well. One of their biggest districts, though, is leaving the consortium in the next year, and that may have some constraints on NSSCD going forward. But as far as staff levels, most of the staff that will have to be cut is going with that district. So basically, staff levels or staff won't be out and out released, but so it's going forward. I think we're having good conversations, and if anybody wants to go, there's a NSSCD meeting tomorrow night in Highland Park.
Thank you. Okay, I think we can move on to our action items now, and we begin with the approval of replacement of an activity bus lease. Mr. Simic or Mr. Albus?
Thank you, Mr. Bergener. This is an item that is brought back to us after some additional consideration and research. I'd like to thank Mr. Albus for looking into that further. Mr. Albus?
Well, this was tabled at the last meeting so that we could respond to questions that Mr. Moorman had. We actually had a meeting scheduled about NSSCD fund balance shortly after our last meeting, so we took that opportunity to talk through this item as well. And at that meeting, we talked about the length of lease options that are available, the availability of extended warranty, talked a little bit about purchasing. Mr. Moorman inquired about the need for the fourth bus, to which Athletic Director Tim Burkhalter responded to in an email a couple days later. So after talking that through, we have put the item back on tonight's agenda. You have a copy of the lease there, and then I noticed shortly before the meeting we omitted the original proposal from last month, so that was at your tables tonight. The annual lease expense is $7,317, which is the same cost as the expiring lease, and we're recommending approval.
Is there a motion for the approval?
I move that the Lake Forest Community High School District 115 Board of Education approve the replacement of the activity bus lease as presented.
Second.
Is there any further discussion or questions? If not, can I have a roll call? Please?
Actually, before,
Okay, hold on.
I did have and I appreciate Mr. Albus. We did discuss it going back and forth, and I was concerned that as a board, we didn't get enough information really to make good decisions, and Mr. Albus did provide the additional information. As far as going forward in the future, I know we keep logs on the individual vehicles that we have, but I'd also like to see in the future, starting next year, that we have a master log. So we do see if there's days where all four buses are out at once, where kids would be standing on the curb if we didn't have the fourth bus, or if it's only on rare occasions that they're all four out, where it might be better to do a short-term rental or anything. But anyway, I was comfortable with the resolution that it is a good deal at this time, so no further discussion on my part.
Thank you. Are there any other questions or discussion? Yeah. May I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Bergner?
Aye. Motion carries, and we can move on to the approval of the AT&T cell tower at East Campus.
This is something that Mr. Albus has been working on in between his various holidays, I think. That was a joke, Mr. Albus. So we
Yeah,
had
it was a
little bit
real
of-
funny one.
Yeah. So this extends over a few month period here, so I know he's worked hard on this, Mr. Albus.
We've been in discussions with representatives of AT&T to place a cell tower on East Campus to replace a singular cell tower that is being decommissioned. The agreement provides $3,200 per month in revenue and a one-time administrative offset fee of $6,400. Tonight, Jonathan Stapleton and Mike Stevens from NWV are in attendance and would like the opportunity to make a couple of comments on this. Now, earlier in the meeting, I went out on a limb and speculated that the two gentlemen were to my immediate right, since I know everybody else in the room and I didn't know them, and I was correct. So at this time, I'm going to turn it over to them, and if you want to step up to the podium.
Hi there, my name is Jonathan Stapleton. I'm with National Wireless. We represent AT&T. Basically, what we're trying to do is, as you said before, one of your priorities was technology and as well as the environment around. What we're doing here is we're adding another site to AT&T's network, which we've identified certain spots in Lake Forest that are lacking of service, proper service, to be able to provide the full bandwidth that AT&T can with, whether it be people on their emails or their apps or just, phone calls in general. I mean, God forbid if there's ever any type of, emergency type situation, we provide, emergency 911 services are tied in with the site itself, as well as enhanced GPS location services that come along with this. And realistically, I think we are providing a service to the community for no charge. Obviously, we'll be compensating you on a monthly basis for this lease. And it is kind of a, you guys are in a higher end community, and you're getting a very high end rate from what AT&T normally pays for one of these sites. But at the same time, we are replacing basically the equipment area that's already there that's been utilized by U.S. Cellular that is being decommissioned. So, realistically, it's kind of, we're swapping things out there. So, as far as taking up space or, getting in the way of things, I don't think will be of a concern on your end. If you guys have any questions, I'd be more than happy to answer.
Thank you, Mr. Stapleton. Are there any questions? No? I think
No, actually, I don't have a question, but I'm happy to see anytime we can be a cash cow and a generator of funds as opposed to a user of.
Yeah. Well, we're more than happy to, help you guys with a little bit extra money. And, I don't know how many books you can get for $3,200 a month, but.
We can buy a bus.
A few.
Additional sources of revenue are always welcome.
Okay.
Thank you. Is there a motion then to approve the AT&T cell tower at East Campus?
I move that the Lake Forest Community High School District 115 Board of Education approve the AT&T cell tower as presented.
And second.
Is there any further discussion, questions, lousy jokes? No?
Comments from
Then may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Bergner?
Aye. Motion is carried, and we move on to approval of the Olson Transportation renewal.
Thank you, Mr. Bergener. This is another item that Mr. Albus has been busy working on and gotten some additional information on, I believe.
The three-year contract that the district entered into with Olson in 2011 expires at the end of this school year. And this is one of the items that we talked about at last week's Finance and Operations meeting, and I thought it was a very good discussion. And from that, we were asked to see if we could possibly do a three-year extension. So we came back, contacted Olson to see if they were interested. They said they were and were looking into it, at which time then we went to our bid specs to see what we did in 2011 to make sure we could do that. And upon further research, found out why we structured our bid specs the way we did. The school code allows you to do a 3-year transportation contract, a 2-year extension, and then after that, you can do 1-year annual renewals. So long as the district's satisfied and the carrier's satisfied, you can do those. There's no sunset on that. If another contractor contacts you and asks you to bid it in a timely manner, then you're required to do that. So we were not able to talk about a 3-year extension. The most we can do is a 2-year extension. Olson is requesting a 2.8% increase. The cover letter is included in your packet, and one of the reasons they're citing is that their health insurance, which they offer to drivers, and which we really want them to do because we want stability on our routes, they've seen a 36% increase in their premiums that they're blaming off on the Affordable Care Act. I don't know if it's their experience or the act, but that was the rationale for going above inflation. So before you use a 2.8% increase, and we would recommend approval.
Is there a motion to approve the Olson Transportation contract renewal?
I move that Lake Forest Community High School District 115 Board of Education approve the Olson Transportation renewal as presented.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Any discussion or questions? And thank you, Mr. Albus, for getting such quick clarification on the duration. It was a good conversation last Friday, but unfortunately, we're a little bit restricted and limited on what we can do relative to the duration. If there is not any other discussion or questions, can I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Bergner?
Aye. We now move on to approval of policy 7-185, the first reading. This is a teen dating violence policy. Mr. Simic, can you address?
Yes, sir. This is a policy that is required, and this is a press update of this policy. I recommend its approval as presented.
I'd like to suggest that we move to waive the first reading of this policy.
So moved.
Second.
Can I have a roll call for the waiver of the first reading?
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Bergner?
Aye. Then we move to the approval of the same policy as a second reading. May I have a motion, please?
Yeah, I move that the Lake Forest Community High School District 115 Board of Education approve policy 7-185 as presented.
Is there a second?
Second.
May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mr. Bergner?
Aye. That motion carries. And now we can move on to the approval of proposed board meeting dates for the 2014 and 2015 year.
I recommend that the board approve these as presented. We have gone over them multiple times as administrators, unless there's anything that one of the board members has noticed that would be a potential conflict. I recommend that it be approved as presented.
Is there a motion?
I move that the Lake Forest Community High School District 115 Board of Education accept or approve the proposed board meeting dates as presented.
And second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions? It would appear that this is a schedule that strongly resembles our current schedule of meeting on the second Tuesday of every month, correct? Do we need a roll call for this, please?
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Berger?
Aye. Motion carries. And now we were on to the approval of the 2013-2014 calendar, which tells me that we're either out of the woods or we're running out of time.
I do think we're out of the woods, finally. So this is the end of the year revised calendar for 2013-14. We actually put up this proposal back in March, and it's been up on our website, and it hasn't really received any negative or positive feedback. The major change is that we're going to use April 17th as a full day of school instead of an institute day, and we'll move that institute day until after the school year is done. Significantly, there were 4 school closure days, and we are making up for 2 student instructional days, and we're basically giving up 2 instructional days because those days would be in that second week of June and not quite as valuable as they would be in January or April or even May. However, the advantage to this is that we are gaining 2 institute days for our teachers. And as you know, we have lots of exciting things to work on, including developing common assessments for a teacher evaluation, student achievement piece that's coming up in 2016, working towards strategic goals and outcomes for the vision that is being created, potentially uses of the one-to-one if we go that direction, or engaging uses of technology at least. So there's advantages to this. Our teachers will work the exact number of days that we have contracted them for, and we'll make good use of our time. So with your approval, we would like to finalize this calendar.
It's astonishing to me that there wasn't more public outcry. Is there a motion to approve the final calendar for 2013 and 14?
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Any discussion or questions? If not, may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mr. Berger?
Aye. Motion carries, and we can now move on to the approval of assistant principal multi-year contract.
Thank you, Mr. Bergner. I recommend the approval be, the assistant principal multi-year contract be approved as presented.
Is there such a motion?
So moved.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? I think it is worth pointing out that with this action item and with the one pertaining to the Deputy Superintendent of Finance, which we'll get to in 2 steps, is really just a memorialization and documentation of commitments that had already been made with these employees during their years at the district. So with that, may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Berger?
Aye. The motion carries. Approval of Director of Curriculum and Instruction multi-year contract.
I recommend that the contract be approved as presented.
And this is for Mr., say his last name for me.
Easy for you to say. Mr. Benincasa?
Thank you. I just wanted to hear you say it. Is there a motion for the approval of Mr. Benincasa's contract?
I move that the Lake Forest Community High School District 115 Board of Education approve the Director of Curriculum and Instruction multi-year contract as presented.
Is there a second, please?
Second.
Discussion or questions?
I was going to say for Mr. Benincasa, but I didn't want to seem like I was showing you up.
I would just add, just a special thanks to Mr. Simic. We had some discussion over the weekend. One of the things that you experience with some of these agreements is, you know, some of the requirements in terms of performance metrics. And it's always important to me, in full disclosure, that we kind of identify exactly what those are. And they're very specific, they're realistic, there's some dates associated with those. Mr. Simic kind of rallied very quickly and really built some of that structure around there. So, you know, thank you for doing that. It's very helpful for me as a board member who now can, in a clear conscience, vote yes for something like that, where we know the details and the things that you're going to be working on. So thanks for doing that.
Thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Berger?
Aye. That motion carries, and we can move on to the approval of the Deputy Superintendent of Finance and Operations / CSBO multi-year contract, and a prize goes to whoever can tell me what CSBO stands for.
Chief School Business Officer.
Only one prize.
Okay. I recommend that with Mr. Albus's contract, similar to Mr. Sullivan's, two of our, certainly there might be somebody that is as hardworking and as loyal, but certainly no one more so than either of these two gentlemen, that this contract be approved as presented.
May I have a motion, please?
I move that the Lake Forest Community High School District 115 Board of Education approve the Deputy Superintendent of Finance and Operation and the CSBO multi-year contract as presented.
Second.
Any questions or discussion? If not,
I would like to add something. I would like to express my very sincere appreciation to the board for recognizing and honoring the commitments that these employees have made, and that the board is taking action to memorialize these things, and doing so with such grace and eagerness. I think both of those things are really important.
And I would just add very quickly, one thing we didn't mention is that Alan also helped train 3 new board members in the process and trying to learn.
Training, I'd like to say training. This is
Yes, it is ongoing. Thank you for that correction. And the time and generosity you've given us has been fantastic, so thank you.
Alan has endless patience, and he's had to use quite a bit of it on me.
say you're just the 3 latest board members that Alan has helped to train, and I continue to learn from him even today after 6 years of working with him, so thank you. May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Berger?
Aye. Now we can, that motion carries, we can move on to the approval of the Human Resources Report, the details of which we addressed appropriately during our executive session. So if we can just move straight to the motion, that'd be great.
I move that the Lake Forest Community High School District 115 Board of Education approve the Human Resources Report as presented.
Second.
May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Berger?
Aye. Motion carries. Then we move on to the consent agenda. The consent agenda includes approval of disbursements, payrolls, and financial statements for March 2014, the minutes of a regular meeting of March 11th, 2014, minutes of an executive session for March 11th, 2014, minutes of a joint board workshop for March 6th, 2014, minutes of a board workshop on March 11th, 2014, minutes of a board workshop on March 17th, 2014, minutes of a board workshop on February 9th, 2014, reconvened on March 31st of 2014, The two items, for those of you following on the agenda, marked H and I, will be removed for separate consideration. In addition, the approval of towel service contract will be included in the consent agenda, along with approval of renewal of Illinois High School Association membership and the disposal of audio recordings, of which there are oddly none. If any board member would like to have any of those additional items separately considered, now would be the time to say so.
Do we need a motion to remove these two,
It's a great question.
since it was published with them in?
Then may I have a motion to remove items H and I from the consent agenda for separate consideration, please?
So moved.
Oh, second.
Is this an all in favor, a vote call? All in favor? All in favor? Oh, roll call.
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Berger?
Aye. So those items are removed, and that leaves us with the remaining items in the consent agenda. If anyone would like to have any of them separately considered, please say so. Otherwise, may I have a motion to approve the consent agenda as it's been amended?
I move that we approve the consent agenda as amended.
Is there a second?
Second.
May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Berger?
Aye. That leaves us with the two items that were removed from the consent agenda. The first is the approval of construction partial payment number 4 in the amount of $313,293.13. Mr. Albus?
Whether it was the referendum or the track, so those are our last real major construction projects, we developed a protocol for processing payments. And that includes Pepper Construction submitting a pay request, which is item number 4 in your packet. That is then given to the district architect, who reviews and certifies the pay request so that the volume of work was done, the work was satisfactory. Pay request 4, which is in your packet and is stated, was $313,293.13, includes $43,528 of masonry repairs that were done last fall, if you remember, when a section of the wall broke. So when that pay request went to Perkins and Will for processing, the architect who worked on the track is the one who got it. Well, he deducted out the $43,000 and certified the balance, which is what he should have done because he didn't work on the masonry repairs. But instead of passing the pay request on to people at Perkins who did, what was returned to us was a partial certification. So that took a couple of telephone calls to Perkins, and that was about a week and a half ago. And when we got Mark Joliker, he said, that's on us, that we should be fixing that. But they had to schedule structural engineers to come out, take pictures, do site inspections, and process the certification. We don't have that as we sit here tonight. And so what we're asking is to approve a motion as such that's at your table that would say, I move that partial bill 4 be approved in the amount of $269,765.13, and that the superintendent or his designee be authorized to disperse the remaining balance of $43,528 upon receipt of proper certification by the district's architect. What that does is allow us not to delay this to the next board meeting for approval, so the contractors, the masons who came out and did the work, and the people on the track can get paid. It does not compromise our process. We will still have all the normal certifications before we disperse funds.
Thank you. May I have a motion, please?
I move that partial bill 4 be approved in the amount of $269,765.13, and that the superintendent and his designee be authorized to disperse the remaining balance of $43,528 upon receipt of the proper certification by the district's architect.
Thank you. Is there a second, please?
Second.
Is there any further discussion or questions about this bill? Now, may I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Bergner?
Aye. Motion carries. The last item then will be the approval of the final bill for the track project in the amount of $28,582.77.
Similar issue on this, the architect that worked on the track, because there was a commingling of expenses, held off on certifying the whole thing. And again, we expect to get that certification in the next week, so we'd rather not wait to the next month because we want to maintain good relationships with the contractors. So similarly, we would recommend a motion that would state, I move the final bill for LFHS East Campus Track be approved in the amount of $28,582.77, and that the superintendent or his designee be authorized to disperse the funds upon receipt of proper certification by the district's architect.
Is there such a motion?
So moved?
Second?
Second.
May I have a roll call, please?
Mr. Schreiber?
Aye.
Mrs. Snoblin?
Aye.
Mr. Powers?
Aye.
Mr. Mormon?
Aye.
Mr. Bergner?
Aye. Thank you for pulling these out and giving us the additional information. The FOIA requests over the last month have been from a Lenny Jarrett at Education Matters, Mr. Brian Anderson at Lee's Food Service Parts and Repairs, Inc., and Esther Castillo at the Better Government Association. Announcements, as Mr. Henriksen said, there will be now a regular full day of school on Thursday, April 17th. On Friday, April 18th, it will be a day of non-attendance. And our next board meeting will be held here in this room on Tuesday, May 13th at 7 p.m. If there are no other issues or business, may I have a motion to adjourn, please?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? We're adjourned.